God damn it, dude. Is it different weapons for it? I heard there was
Once,
different weapons.
there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the kingdom of darkness. The first crowned heir began her journey of seeking the pearl. But she was deceived, and the memory of her noble origins faded. She now believed that she was the queen of the kingdom of darkness. But take heart. A second crowned heir had already taken up the path where the first had stumbled. This is the story of your journey, of your tale to be told.
Oh, there are new. Oh! So both of them are here. Actually, fucking hell, I'm gonna farm this shit so bad. So what are the weapons? I wanna see the weapons. Wolffang. That looks cool. I want that. Talking stick, sacrificial jade. Oh. Scion of the Blazing Sun. That looks fucking cool. And that looks cool. All of these are old school. I don't want them anymore. Oh, wait. I wanna see this. I wanna see this. Did they actually put it in this one now? My guy! Okay. What about the others? Let's go! It's actually kinda cool. Lamau. Yo, Chi-Chi. Dayona. I like Kole. She has like a little thingy. And Xiangling. I like and Layla. And Layla. Kirara. Alright. What about the Geo characters? Oh, I like Yunjin's. Fuck. It's so cool. Well, they have it in the character screen. Oh, they don't. I actually want to see. Lenny, I can't get you, not yet. Not yet. I'm saving up. Holy fuck, okay.
Let the magic begin!
Oh. Oh, he already has one. New area, okay. New bosses, I'm guessing. And another new.
Let the magic begin!
I can invite her. Oh shit! Oh, okay.
Let the magic begin!
Oh, she's just like a free character then.
Time for afternoon tea.
Oh shit! Okay, so I didn't need to roll for her. I was so scared I wasn't gonna get her. Oh, she's a sword. It's been a while since we had an animal sword. That fits her. That I'm sorry, Layla. I love Layla, but I just gotta have it on her.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Linny's magic assistant, and if you have work-related inquiries, please ask Linny. If you have questions related to seeing a magic show, please ask the ticket office. You want to talk to me? Then get to the point. Tea is ready. Now it's time for a short rest.
I like her outfit.
Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying. Happy birthday! Let me give you this card. It's not a greeting card, so of course nothing's written on it. Write down what kind of present you want, place it in my hat, and no matter what it might be, you'll get it. Delicious. I've already memorized the recipe. Pry open the shells, squeeze a bit of lemon juice onto the fresh shellfish. No plate necessary. Perfection. Dishes should not be over-seasoned. Good food preserves the original taste of the ingredients. I tend to have difficulty. A person's mental state is like a bowstring. If it's constantly under high tension, it will be at risk of...
She's an actual cat this time. Well, I'm not saying. Well, forget it. Definitely leveling her. I don't have one? Holy shit, new cards. Oh, they're like, oh, okay, they're teaching you that. Yeah, I know that already, man. Bro, I am. Oh! Oh, that's actually so useful. I have Sick Drift. I have... Jesus. Is it in the north of... Oh, it is! Oh my god, so it is in the north. That's why there's like a ton of water here. Oh, that makes a ton of sense. Hold on, I gotta check this out. I gotta... Actually, I'm gonna go meet... I was honestly hoping that Fontaine was around here, so that we'd actually go to Mondstadt for once.
Did you hear what happened? It's
The academia? Ugh, what happened this time?
It's the academia.
The academia? Ugh, what happened this time?
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia.
I just need to get them.
The academia?
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
you the first time we came here.
Did her voice get more, like, tinier again?
Oh, Paimon remembers! Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her. So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with. Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out!
How though? You float. How did you get caught in some whirlpool? Strange whirlpool.
Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination.
Ah, look who it is.
I
Running
knew
into
it!
you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Bro, I was just thinking about, like, her. I was not even fucking kidding. I was just thinking about, like, would she come to Fontaine with us? Because she's kind of all like, well, I gotta go head somewhere else after or something. She was kind of like mentioning how she'd go somewhere. I mean, it was probably just like a whole thing with about like, oh, my character, I'm gonna go somewhere. I'm gonna be more developed character now, but like.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business, even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back.
Please?
That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway? Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like that. Hey.
Thanks, but...
Sounds good. So, when are you leaving?
dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list?
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going-away party or anything. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahita?
Not from her dreams anyways.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler and Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Goodbye, Dia.
Damn, she didn't come
Bye-bye,
with us.
Sumeru.
Oh! Oh, I thought it was like an HD cutscene. That's pretty fucking cool. Dude, the mountains are insane though. Hold on. My friend gave me something. Is there like a way? I wonder, could you actually see this before? Oh wait, there's a fucking spider thing there. Oh well. I want to see if it's Genshin. I want to see this.
crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port. Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines. Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think? Good idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
I can't
If
stop
you ask
smiling.
me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
I wonder what the theme of this entire thing gonna be. Like, I know it's obviously like justice, but like, what would be the problem this time?
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't...
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be...
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened.
Really? Like, a real trial?
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough.
So they watch like court trials and then just see if it's good or not and goofy. That's like watching Critical watch a court trial.
Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
I see.
But,
yeah, I was about to say.
Treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
Damn, when Paimon tells you there's something wrong with you, there's something wrong.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette. As well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
So this is the nation of justice. Yeah,
You're
we
a
get told that.
Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, but wait. I almost forgot to ask you our question.
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
Excuse me, hold on.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Just like
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Nouvelette.
Monsieur Nouvelette. Monsieur. Monsieur.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Hey! What are you looking over there for?
There's a girl over there. She's been alone for quite some time.
Huh.
Oh!
Maybe something's the matter.
It's her!
She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Of course, Paimon. I like that Paimon's a little, like, worried about some things instead of just being kind of, like, stupid. I like that Paimon better. Hold on.
Fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Though people call the waters around Fontaine a sea, it's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea.
She's really just like sharing her life story with us, some random people.
But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
It's
him. And you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
You! Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler! We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us! Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Sounds like anything real enough to say with you around. So steal my lines.
So that's how you think it is?
Yes.
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories, and that it won't be long?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
Is this gonna be the fucking problem we're gonna face?
Where to begin?
For this mission that we're gonna solve for them? That we just leave with nothing? Knowing nothing about our sibling?
Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, Traveler.
Hello, Paimon.
And hello, Paimon.
That's cute.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh! Alright then. By the way, we were just getting ready to go go to the Opera House to meet the Hydra.
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here.
Okay, hold on. Bunch of screenshots to my phone.
Please, follow me. You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Huh? Huh? Hello! There she is!
So, she's the Hydra Archon?
My dear people,
Probably
rich
no.
and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
I love her.
As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and his companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Huh.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydra Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Miss Hydra Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming...
issue?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina. Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that lady?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler.
I
The one all
know the
those
blonde
stories
traveler.
are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see him. Oh, I bet this is gonna be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus.
Dude, I am so into this. Alright.
You may consider this my reward to all of you. Big duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
We're not gonna fight her in this way. We're probably gonna be like a court trial or something.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
Oh, we're not scared.
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Yes, Maureen.
Stand down, Clorend. I admire his bravery. Few have the courage. Unfortunately, people nowadays only...
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Aranias, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
I love her!
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Right. This is Fontaine, after all.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house.
Yeah. I feel like she's been teaching her people to not really take it seriously. It's a fucking court trial, man.
in court! You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, we have According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during...
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina.
I feel
no
like we'll
one
have
knows
more
the laws of
problems
Fontaine
now
like
than
she
just
does.
Trying to solve the global warming. Like, we're gonna have like a big problem in court. Dude, she's gonna cause so many freaking problems.
You call that obvious? What kind of laws?
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil. I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved.
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Nope. Oh, is that what he placed on me? And her? Oh. That's why I...
Ta-da!
That's why. That's why. I noticed that you didn't fucking... Okay. Okay.
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey! When did you do that?
Yeah, I saw that.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the Traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that, Matt?
I thought it was pretty good.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think.
No longer hold water? Okay, bro.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
They're treating court trials like they're like shows. It's like Judge Judy. Huh.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
I wonder how... I wonder You're gonna put the other gods on trial. Shogun.
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So...
Hold on.
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first. You really mean it? This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they can...
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have
Oh! Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more...
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
I need to get some Hydro, man. Oh my god, dude, this is taking so fucking long.
Scatter!
No! I didn't even click square. fuck? What? We'll pitch you out again. Oh, I see. I finally have Hydro. Yes.
Water jet.
Yo. Little pom pom.
Welcome to the Clementine Line Aquabus. This boat tour will take you to the magnificent Court of Fontaine, the most important city in our nation. I'm Ava, and I'll be your tour guide for this trip. Even though I'm not as reliable as Elfan from the Navia line, I'll still do my very best. And if you're dissatisfied with anything, feel free to let me know right away. Oh,
of course.
Wait a sec. It's, please contact a staff member with your feedback after reaching the station, and we will address your concerns as soon as possible. Court of Fontaine. If you'd like to learn more about the latest technological developments in Fontaine, the hottest new trends in cuisine, or upcoming sensational trials, please subscribe to the Steambird.
Can you see? I can see the J chamber from here.
The Steambird runs lots of fantastic serialized novels, including the thriller Great Detective Herlock, which recently reached its dramatic conclusion. Right at the very end, Herlock faces off against the real mastermind, revealed to be the assistant, Miss Jacoba, in a duel of the old site of Lilia Cruces Ordo. I couldn't stop my feelers from shaking. Oh no, did I spoil it for you? Oops. Anyway, coming up ahead on your left-hand side is Miracy Village, the hometown of all Melazines, myself included. It's deep below the ground, just over there. We will now pass through Poisson Tunnel. Now that I think about it, very few people tend to take this line. Maybe it's because humans don't really like deserts? After all, the most popular route in and out of Fontaine is through Liyue's Tenue Vale. I've heard that in places with lots of sand, even Clockwork Mecha will start to malfunction.
Well, how did I miss that?
No rational person would try to cross a vast, hot, and dry desert to get to Fontaine, right? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to imply that you were irrational.
Passing through a lot of things. It's like far away places. I hope we could actually go through Fontaine through one
Looking
step.
ahead on your right-hand side, you'll see Aeneas, where the Opera Epiclese is located. Do you see that really tall structure? I once asked Elfin, what's that big old thing? She said, no clue. What's the use of learning the meaning of things? But anyway, Elfin is a super amazing and super friendly Melusine. If you have a chance, you really should take the Navia line and listen to her tour. Behind me is the destination of our tour, the magnificent Court of Fontaine. Please take all of your personal belongings with you when you disembark. Well, aboard the Aquabus, please keep your head, hands, and other body parts, as well as your canes, swords, cameras, and other personal items inside the boat at all times. The Aquabus operator bears no responsibility whatsoever for any injury or loss incurred as a result of disobeying the rules. Maybe it's a bit late for the disclaimer. Anyway, I'm happy you've had an incident-free journey today, and it was my pleasure to serve as your tour guide for this trip. Thank you!
She's so sweet. What the fuck? I love her. Thank you, Abel.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Oh, there's already in the event. Well, maybe I should go find.
Looks like we're running out of time.
Maybe I should go find the statue of the sun first.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
The swimming thing is different now. Oh yeah, I wasn't meant to give these out. I was so into just like doing whatever the fuck I want.
What's this? Ah, so you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean...
No, I believe in the prophet. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people... So, if you ask me, when the water rises and...
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people...
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water does...
It's a fair look, I suppose. How about you, man?
So you're the blonde traveler.
That's fine.
Ah, a magic pocket? Seems you... Thanks. Please, also...
You're welcome. What's up, Captain?
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still... Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the...
You should still take it.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that... If I start moving, that means I've already given up.
It's just for emergencies. What was it?
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some... interesting opinions. Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us...
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Leeway Harbor.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
Oh my god. Are you fucking serious? So it's like dandelion flowers. Oh god. I mean, yeah, dandelion seeds.
Go!
You're telling me I didn't hit that? Lamau.
Water jet!
Water jet. That's cool. God, I'm so glad they made the hydro traveler cool.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the Court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong?
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps you two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her. All right.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's...
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure.
No, that was all. Anyway, I should be...
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I
saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and
Oh!
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief!
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the Court of Fontaine.
Ha! Go! Water jet! Let me...
Oh, she just does a fucking backflip.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious...
This is an aquabus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us.
Damn.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
No! No! Charlotte! Oh my god! She's here!
Huh?
Do we have dialogue with her?
What? Traveler! Paimon! Charlotte!
Hello, Charlotte. Does she have... Okay, does she have...
I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news.
Does she have this dialogue?
What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Oh, there's like autoplay.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about...
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the... I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to...
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Does she have different
Not
dialogue?
too much. When there isn't
or
any
will she still
breaking
have
news,
the
I
dialogue as
mainly
if
cover
we
the
actually
trials
did
at
the
the
event,
Opera
even
House.
if we didn't? I wonder if she actually has different dialogue.
You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. Ah, you're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most... If I'm the first with a draft... Oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case...
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
We've just been here. We've just been here.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, I'm in hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
We're literally in Charlian. We're literally in Charlian. Actually in Charlian. We are literally in Charlian. We're literally in Charlian, dude. We are in old Charlian. No, we know we're into song. this song is like French, but so I guess it fits.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home.
Ooh.
Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see.
That one Fremine.
Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
you. Paimon is
Hold on, sorry.
Lenny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the The Traveler and I collected more materials to make
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
It's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But let's...
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
It's in Inazuma.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something.
Imagine she
Hydro
does it.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
That's so fucking cute. She tried.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the opera. On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the opera house.
Oh, are you...
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, perhaps we could trouble the Traveler. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little...
No trouble at all!
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need! This will be a walk in the park for us!
Alright, Paimon. Paimon likes to talk, so we'll just leave it at that. The music.
Hello? Is there anyone
like
Oh,
the
hello
outfit.
there. New customers? Looking to
Estelle?
buy, or do you need something made?
I
Or
like
perhaps
her
you're just
outfit.
looking for a chat with me.
I like her outfit.
Oh no,
And
we're
her
just
voice.
here to deliver some materials. Here they are.
Ah, these must be from Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Wow. So...
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Maybe he steals things, just like the thief.
Hey! Is this machine...
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine...
Ah, well... It's a little... But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but when a trial is in session, the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale harvests people's belief in
Lamau.
justice
What?
and converts
How
it
do
into
you
energy
pronounce
to be
that?
used all around
The
Fontaine.
oratrice mécanique. Mécanique. Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. Bro, what the fuck is that?
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Venti and Nahida both said, yeah, Nahida did say that the Akashas were powered by the Gnosis.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia.
Pneumosia.
It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're...
You again? Didn't I all...
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want...
Huh? Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
I didn't think we'd meet him this early.
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Hey, you!
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really Listen to me, boy. If you want Chamora, fine. Why don't you come?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
He's gonna kill them. Is it sound effects? Oh. Wait, I already have. It's definitely gonna have some long-term consequences. This is definitely gonna have some long-term consequences.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezh?
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make... Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird.
Ooh.
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them.
Strange. How could that happen?
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss.
Are we finally touching on this story?
It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always... One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. Because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
There's more to Tartaglia, bro, and that's what I always loved about him. There's more to him.
What is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me.
Maybe it was
but
the
in
dragon.
front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
So that was like his little skill in the boss fight.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar!
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master?
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss.
Huh.
But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't...
Oh, it sounds like...
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. And the worst case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty. From what I can tell, no one has... So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor.
So, do many people actually get out of their trials?
Apparently it's Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face...
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels...
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. So, besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come...
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing! The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too. Oh, sorry about that. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Lenny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going. Lenny said that the Opera House is on Aeneas, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
What's the reputation? Also boss area. Oh, I can. Oh, I thought it's opera Epicles. Yes. Man, it's still pretty small for now, but I'm guessing it's gonna go all the way over here. Hopefully, it goes all the way over here. Oh, it's their house.
You gotta find that balance between
Like, this isn't a fucking. Oh my god.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step. Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Hello, Elfin. How do you do? What is the medium?
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself. The destination of the current tour is Erinias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
I wish the camera would pan out.
We are now approaching our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you. yourselves. Wouldn't gliding be faster? Right now, I wish I was sitting at the top of a tree, looking out over a meadow, cider in hand. Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and live.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
Whoa. Ayo.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
When he asked me to wait here for you.
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying.
I see. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what?
Just answer me.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? If you...
Rather than worrying about them, don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting...
Oh, right. That makes sense.
Oh! So this is where I can do the offerings. It's like the Narukami shrine. And the... whatever fucking place that was, Varanura.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
No two cases are alike, honestly. A detailed fan guided story.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We would have missed it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets.
I love it whenever they have this like gradient filter, like in the cathedral. It looks so good on the characters.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats.
Ooh, front row.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a...
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go let...
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's...
Oh.
Uh...
uh.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still, it's kinda awkward if we don't say anything. You little...
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry.
This man.
Would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Damn.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Wait, that's not it, Paimon's. Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under... Oh, Paimon's got it.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like...
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny, then. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just...
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat, and as required by proper etiquette...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice.
Oh, sorry for being so...
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
I love her.
Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
Are we gonna have a really cool one?
Ooh, they're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Shut the fuck up, please.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the...
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
HD cutscene?
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
She's really gonna do that.
Hello. It's actually quite simple. she'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully.
Oh my
With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Oh, whoa.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
That was cute. That was really cute.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything! Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen.
I'm guessing that's her. Yes, it's idol animation.
I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Oh my god, she echoes the entire room.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may... If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might...
Oh.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you... Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
Finland is preferred.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eye. Come on, repeat after me.
60! 59!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 50. Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40! 30! Mr. Linney, are you all right in there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway...
25! What's wrong, Mr. Linney?
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that.
No, that's unacceptable.
19! 18!
That's why they're counting this long. Obviously, he's waiting.
It seems things aren't quite... It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know 10 seconds and change is still play.
Oh, more.
Almost there now. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Let's go!
Is this part of the show? Mr. Linney, you're going to use...
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out.
Yes, that's right.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage.
Damn! Someone got crushed in there, bro. Holy shit.
As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowl in the and after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl... It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case.
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? That our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
I'm starting to doubt her ability to see through lies.
Huh? Why me?
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians make...
That can't be right! He was in the box on the stage the entire time! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well... I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under...
I mean, of course, that's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel, but with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. Draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linny and his troop are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Linny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
A little.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor... I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me. Good to hear. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Mom bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
What the fuck?
Don't worry. Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
Savings? I give Paimon allowances?
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
They really do. Come on.
Good taste, Lynette!
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating...
Oh, well... I'm afraid that would involve some of our
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid...
Huh? What?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive!
I cannot take her seriously with that mask on.
Are you both good friends of...
Well, you can't say we're good friends.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to... I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of... I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Actually, want to see how she plays. I keep forgetting, dude. Oh, wait, I can't even. Okay. Sure.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. him. How strange. Why would it be him? Whoever the murderer was. So this is the rope that broke and the rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
Yeah, I think if you look, it's a bit too high. Or maybe it's right above where someone could actually just walk through, like a beam. Like walk through a beam and burn it from atop.
Whoa! Look! This bit is made from different material!
Oh.
Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material... Wait! Paimon should write all this down! Let's take notes! Hello there! What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later, and her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for... Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her... The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievance. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
Yo, it's Quentin Tarantino.
See? Told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
To interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What?
You're trying to help them?
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that, well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we...
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picked... I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's...
Linny's still talking to the guard. I think someone will be assigned. Linny's still talking to the guard. I think someone...
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
Too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud? Oh!
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope.
Wait, what? Wasn't the noise we heard too loud?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough... Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
Oh!
I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
She just turns around.
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the mark about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
That's an interesting voice.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What?
Well, I am the second generation president.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer...
No, no need. You don't have...
Okay, if you say so.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so, but how did...
Intuition, naturally. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll All right, I've answered your question.
Wait a minute, did that...
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any... In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and Maloose? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I, too, think that the Traveler's response, no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe you wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances.
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand.
But no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, Not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so...
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info. We've checked everything of note here at the performance. Shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing...
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina.
Oh my god, she's
Sorry,
special.
I got a little carried away there. Call me Navi, and these are my companions. Would you mind if they...
Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every time.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
You go wonder.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board.
I mean, there's still a pattern.
So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place.
So how Did they get lost? There's light, it seems.
The two magic boxes are positioned. See this? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
That's how they got lost. That's how it was at least possible that they got lost. So there was a box inside the box. It wasn't just a trolley. So when the trolley went down to catch the person inside the box, it also took another layer of the box from the inside. But it looks okay, I get it now.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed. Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
So they're twins? People were saying that they weren't actually siblings, but they're saying they're twins. So
and that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more...
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off.
What? To think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Yeah, there's a lot here. My frames are dropping.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would...
Oh! Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you... and... Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
I don't know. Lenny said that he broke something earlier.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this... Huh. What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Oh, these are the clothes. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Where did the shades come from?
Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Where did you get those shades?
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon right... Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me...
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal...
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the...
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld...
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns?
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? I'm on that never let cub.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us...
Huh? What?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons relate...
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point!
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course...
Huh?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
What the fuck?
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll...
These three are quite the interesting group.
Spina di Rosula thing. Rosula. What the fuck?
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself!
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting...
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea. Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind. No need for concern.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims. Whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not... Thorough enough in our from the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my...
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine if you ate them, you ate them.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, Malus, set up the stove.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish,
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look. I don't know what we're looking for yet. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, this...
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Wait, is there a clock there? Oh, it's just actually moving no matter what.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Stressful.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you—
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement?
Objection!
Anyway.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact—
Based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
It wasn't that loud, but yeah.
Huh?
Hey, hang on.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and...
Look at those scales. Could those be...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
The Fatui.
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now,
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted?
Discord?
Now comes the infighting in Discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations.
Hey, Linny, what?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to reestablish. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House... You were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you... Are these claims...
Why didn't you say that, you fucking dumbass? You know how people feel about the Fatui, bro.
Please answer my question.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Your request is reasonable, and we shall...
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Actually cannot guess. Oh, Linny, Lynette, what the fuck did you do?
Well, this is awkward. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Paimon just knew where to... We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guy. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's...
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't, but our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people.
That's right. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, that's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead.
You could have just said. I mean, we're literally like best friends with someone, with a fucking harbinger. 2 of them. Like, I'm sure we could have worked something out. There's no need to hide that.
The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about... Right. So, you be the judge. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust...
Sorry.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's hear you...
Of course. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has consciousness. Why can it deliver? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is...
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel, specifically to exit...
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to... Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was... That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
I mean, you're also Fatui.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either.
What the fuck makes you think that wasn't gonna happen? You went up against the God of Justice. You went up against the God of Justice. The God of Justice. What the fuck makes you think that you were gonna win? Isn't she also? Oh my fucking god! Like, yeah, the Focalor Purina isn't exactly like the most smartest, I guess. But being God of Justice isn't like a title that you just gain because you filled out a form or something. She's gonna see through you. And she's basically gonna do everything in her power to see it happen. It's her job. It's in her nature.
But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because...
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Dude, I'm so close to just leaving these two, bro.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a
The current problem is that if we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh?
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention...
Fuck, how long is this gonna keep going?
At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth.
Does the defendant's side have any...
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced and what he saw. According to after entering the tunnel, he couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Wait.
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. Linny did not take part in the underground altercation.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
What the fuck?
Countdown started. Linny did indeed go into the tunnel.
He's talking like a fucking lawyer.
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately.
I love it.
The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent!
love this shirt. I'm talking with an actual lawyer.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
Words. You believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right! Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Oh, fuck. Irrelevant. He said Linny wasn't in the tunnel. Wait, which evidence was that?
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The murderer was... Oh, fuck. Oh my fucking god.
Could there have been a third person? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
That's true. Maybe he did. But there was a third person that wanted to get rid of him.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member.
There was a set number. So maybe she reserved her own spot.
Well, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Could there have been a third The deceased's name is Cowl.
Huh.
Huh? That can't be right.
Oh,
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowl did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
How can we, such lineage having been unable to interrupt the crime?
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances, so where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is... Linny was not in the tunnel at that... It would have been tough for both people to fit into the... Linny was not in the tunnel at that... The sound we heard may have come from a clap... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must... No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances, so where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The sound we heard may have come from a clash between them. It would have been tough for both people to... The sound we heard may have come from a... No one entered or left... The sound we heard may have come... The deceased's name is Cap... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been... No one entered or left the Opera House. The sound we heard may have come from a... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. No one entered or left the Opera...
Fuck. Yeah.
No one entered or... Linny was not in the tunnel at... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Okay. Yeah, it's obviously
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
Ooh.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble
I see how it is.
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick as it transpired,
if only we...
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd...
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Objection!
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. The vase was not broken.
very interesting. So the water. How did they escape? How did she escape, I guess? That's kind of the whole shtick, right? So was it the water?
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind.
Yeah.
If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Just how could a person ever be transformed into water? This is... Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
But where did she go?
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cal.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
That's why it was a set number. It was meant to set on Halsey.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You gotta be kidding! People dissolving into water?
It can happen. You obviously haven't been outside Fontaine. People could just do crazy shit like that.
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy.
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go. Just
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The deceased's name is Cap. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic. The water from the Lynette was in the magic box on I remember there was something else within the rope that held the water.
My brain is not working right now. It's wrong. Okay.
I remember there was something.
Yeah. Got it mostly right.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! The original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
Dude, that actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close. Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the two... Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem... Am I right?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end?
Oh no! Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen, and I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good.
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not...
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance.
I understand.
Okay.
And voila!
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole...
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then, before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin?
What?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I've never been caught before.
She was the thief. I was about to say that maybe it's a bit of a stretch earlier. That's why I was like, oh wait. But then I realized, oh, it might be a little bit of a stretch. She was the thief.
But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and...
Hey! No wonder you look familiar! So you were the thief! Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled!
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then he even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure.
So that was the thing. Okay. That's why he set it up, because it was supposed to select her. Because I thought it was too much of a coincidence, but I thought maybe, you know what, this time it's a coincidence. Man.
So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily Ann's perspective.
So the water thing, though, still baffling me. How did it end up in Lenny's thing? Maybe I'm just sleepy and she actually explained that, but I don't remember hearing it. Oh my god, this is gonna break my fucking brain. So, in her perspective now.
Seems... The strange sound was... The flower vase... Lily Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Been selected out of the blue, Lily Ann panicked.
I love the way she talks whenever she's doing the
Her
thing.
panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lily Ann had not dissolved. He did not know that Lily Ann was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lily Ann back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily Ann came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended. go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
How the fuck did she do that? There were like 6 of us there. Or no, 5 of us. How the fuck did she do that?
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo!
Oh.
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina. Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But
wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise.
Oh, does it only affect people from Fontaine?
Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian, thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. And thus, Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still... This case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Bro. That was literally...
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve... How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself...
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes! Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea.
Damn.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Hey, this is your problem, bro. This is your problem, bro. This is your problem. Oof.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me.
Oof. This is your problem, man. This is your problem. I don't know
Still,
what to tell you.
Let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
The drama, dude. It really sets in. It really sets in.
I guess. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time.
Gotta love the drama, bro. I love the drama. Makes things more interesting this way. Whenever the traveler's actually like upset at something. Rather than just being kind of like emotionless. Oh. Not right now.
As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave. Oh yeah, the Knave. They call her Father, but it's a her. It's Arlecchino. Arlecchino, I don't know.
The Knave? The one who controls...
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story?
Knave
it's
was
about
meant
my
to be
past.
a guy, I'm pretty sure, in production, but then they realized, oh, you know, we'll just make her a girl. So pretty much many of Arlecchino's like lore revolves around the Father and the Knave. Apparently, the Knave is like a nickname you give a guy.
Back when our parents first died, to survive, I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular. And we could at least stop work. Before long, an aristocrat came to me.
So you went from
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say, but I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for... He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets.
That doesn't seem too bad either.
After one particular performance, I waited a long time after we The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean...
Oh no. But what if...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. And they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that... All I saw was the...
So... She don't...
That's right. She had... Father, I mean, the Knave, might have seen something in me, and so... The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, I was hesitant to trust her, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she...
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to... Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine, all of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pocket...
It's alright, I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, if you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find...
Bye, Linny!
Holy shit, I'm finally out of this. Where's Navia? There we go.
Hey there! What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navi?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I'm not here to solve your fucking problems, bro.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of bread...
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie.
I'm
a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all.
I love it, dude. I love this version of the Traveler. He was like this in Inazuma too. He was like, bro, I don't want any of your shit, dude. Your problems, your life, your everything. I'm just looking for the Archon.
Sorry.
Don't say that now.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters. Sorry about that. Wait, should we have a farewell meal?
Huh? Do we
Well, I'd just like to have a proper end. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too...
You don't have to twist Paimon!
Oh, wonderful. In that case...
Alright then, let's have our farewell meal!
To be continued. Was there more? Oh, there's more. There is more. But there is more. Alright, I want to see this.
Time for afternoon tea.
Over here!
Bro, she is definitely a favorite child. That's so useful. I need to go to the thingy. I should have gone there earlier so I can actually get the commissions.
Ad Astra Abyssos.
You meet again, Catherine. Are you also Clockwork Puppet, Catherine? I wonder, do I appear like a masterpiece of...
Ad Astra.
Wait, they're Fontaine?
Time.
Anyways, that's the end for me for now. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm really sleepy. Gonna play more tomorrow.